So, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all here. It has been an action-packed 3 days, a lot of talks, a lot of communication, a lot of networking, so it was super amazing, and I can't really believe that we are getting to the end of it. It has been an amazing event. So I would like to start by thanking all of you here, also for the people watching the stream. Thank you very much. I would like to thank BSides Las Vegas for hosting me here today. But more importantly, I would like to thank BSides Las Vegas for the proving ground, because the first time I ever spoke publicly was in 2020, remotely in the proving ground of BSides Las Vegas. And since then, it has been great speaking. So thank you for having this. So for our talk today, we will be having breaking the guest list, hacking invitation systems for fun and profit. So without further ado, let's go right in. So a bit of who am I? I'm Ali. I'm originally from Cairo, Egypt. On some platforms, I'm also known as Logic Breaker, so you can find me there. I'm a security and privacy engineering lead at Bending Spoons. I have been bug hunting for almost 10 years now, and I'm very security enthusiastic about everything related to security in general. I have been a speaker at BSides, several BSides conferences, across many countries, spoke at Black Hat before. I really love the community, sharing with the community, so here we are. One thing that I also really love is business, security, and the intersection between them. And this is actually the topic of today. It's how business and security interplay together. It's not about cross-site scripting, it's not about SQL injection, it's about understanding the business model, bisecting it, and breaking it, more or less. So, let's go. So, for those of you who don't know, quick introduction about business logic vulnerabilities. So, business logic vulnerabilities are basically a type of vulnerability that appear due to the discrepancy between how developers and maintainers develop stuff versus how attackers perceive the application, more or less. So, the peculiar thing about business logic, and actually it's why AI still needs us, more or less, is it's really dependent on two things. First of all, the mindset of the person developing the application, but also the mindset of the attacker looking into the application. So everybody had their own methodology, but we are trying here to extrapolate some common themes when it comes to invitation systems. So just to give you an example before we dive into invitation systems regarding business logic vulnerabilities. Let's take, for example, two applications. The first is a data-intensive application, like, for example, a data processing environment, Databricks, for instance. The most important thing in Databricks is, come on, the data. I mean, this is their core value. So as an attacker, probably if I would like to compromise Databricks, what I would like to do is that I would like to do this to get the data, right? I mean, this is the actual value of the application. Now, let's take a look at another application, which is basically AI-based. It stores no data. It just, for example, generates images based on some image that you provided. So you provide an image, it provides you an avatar for you, for example. And it does it ephemerally, so no data storage. As an attacker, when I approach such an application, what I would think of is, okay, how can I abuse the GPUs behind this very nice AI application to generate stuff for free? Maybe, for example, to use it and resell the service at a reduced price. So you can see two applications. Both of them are software, web applications or mobile applications, doesn't really matter. And yet the threat model is substantially different. And having a one-size-fits-all for everything, unfortunately, doesn't work out. So, invitation systems. What are we basically talking about? We are talking about any kind of invitation system, and we will see here that it really doesn't matter. It can be an invitation system to a Facebook group. It can be an invitation system to a B2B application. So any application that operates in the B2B business, you will probably have a team or an enterprise subscription where you can add seats so that you collaborate with people, because, I mean, you don't operate alone. And you need to send them, guess what, invitation. So this is invitation systems here as well. And the core purpose of the talk is that we will see that regardless of the type of the invitation system, the mistakes are the same. The way to secure them is more or less the same, of course, taking into account some peculiarities of applications. But again, it boils down to basically the same thing. So why invitation systems? On the left, you can see the invitation template, basically from Facebook to invite people to Facebook groups. On the other side, you see inviting members to Snapchat business accounts. And the question is, why invitation system? Like, I mean, why should we care? Because it's very ubiquitous. Like nowadays, social media strives on people sharing with each other, inviting each other, either to groups, to the social media application or whatever. So this is how they grow. Again, if you're in a B2B company or you use any B2B software, you probably know that you have seats and you invite people to join your application. So the ubiquity of this makes this flow very common, and yet the same mistakes happen over and over again. So why is it, why is it interesting, an invitation system? Because it is what we call, it's very easy to use, but also trivially to abuse in this case. So why this? It's due to the discrepancy between how the developers perceive stuff versus how the hackers perceive the same stuff or the application itself. So just to take an example, email tokens are secure enough. I'm a developer, I'm developing an invitation system. I have invitations via email, I add a token and I say, okay, this is a very long token, nobody can guess it. Guess what? They probably can. It really depends. So for example, if you generate a hash of the user email and this is the invite, come on, they can still generate it. It doesn't mean that because it looks random, it's actually random. Maybe you have a token which is very short, like a 4-character token or a serial number, like basically invitation is invitation 1, invite 2, invite 3. So just because something looks that random, it doesn't mean that it's actually random in this case. One-time links. So you as a developer, I develop, for example, an invitation to a Facebook group. I assume that it's intended for X. Only X will be able to use it, and only X should be actually using it, right? This is not how it works as well. Like, I will try to take the invitation, load it into many accounts as much as I can, see if this allows me to gain access to basically more stuff. So gain access to adding people to the group more than a single person, as we will see in one of the attacks. So just because you have an assumption, if you don't do the technical realization, if you don't do the technical controls that support this, it will actually not work for you. The biggest sin in development is assuming that UI controls protect you. It doesn't, believe me. No. So UI does not enforce security controls. You can't rely on it just because you think that the application is designed in a specific way externally. People will not follow it. If the API still allow them to do something, they will do it. Because, the APIs, come on, they are public. You can look into the developer's portal, you will see them, and it's end game, so there is no point. The final thing about this assumption, and we can go to hundreds of assumptions, but for the sake of time, which is invitations are isolated per user. Like, I invite X, the invitation will not work in Y. Unless you do something about it, guess what? It will, as we will see. So the difference in perception causes a huge gap, as we will see in the attacks ahead. So before we go into the actual exploits, let's do a quick exercise together and try to look into this invite. So the invite goes as follows. We have an HTTPS, example.com. Okay, nice. They use HTTPS. Nobody can intercept their traffic, assuming they use it correctly. But then the interesting part starts. We have 4 query parameters. We have group ID, sender ID, member type, and token. And how I would actually approach such an invite is that, first of all, I will ask myself the following questions. So group ID, nice. First of all, it's a numeric ID, so probably the groups are sequential. That's nice because I don't need to do effort to guess the group ID, nice. It's not an issue on its own, but the next thing I will try, what happens if I change the group ID from 1 to 3 to, say, 1 to 4? Am I able to join another group? If so, this is actually a big problem because I'm joining groups that I was never invited to, I have no access to, but guess what? If there is no validation, I can. The sender ID. So back in the day, there was a social media platform. I don't recall exactly which one, but when you joined, it tells on your profile that you were invited by X. So let's assume that X is the CEO of a very important company, and the sender ID is not checked. So instead of 345, I just add the ID of this very important person. It will appear on my profile that I was invited to the platform by this person. Maybe they have a valid account, meaning that it's very well known. And I can take it from there to tell them, okay, I know this very important person, he's my friend, and then maybe I can use it for spam, for phishing, for whatever. In fact, I mean, it's an integrity problem by itself. It's just how you want to exploit it. And then we go to member type. Okay, nice. Member type 2. That's super interesting. What happens if we put member type 0 or 4? Do I get an admin privilege? Do I get a super admin privilege? Maybe. Again, if this is not checked, we are back at it. And then the last and actually the most interesting one is the token. The token here, it can have all sorts of problems. So first of all, it can be guessable, like you are hashing the email or the timestamp, for example. It can be very short. For example, a numeric token, which is 6 digits. I can just enumerate it. It's not a problem. It can be that the token can be replayed, so it does not expire. So all sorts of problems can happen with the token. So I mean, there is quite a lot of things that can happen here. So I know what you have been thinking. I mean, I have been talking for 10, 15 minutes, no exploits yet. It's pretty boring. We will get into the interesting stuff now. By the way, at the end, you will have all the slides. So, I mean, you don't need to take pictures. You just can focus here, and you will be able to download them if you want. So let's start. And the first exploits for today is once friends, always friends. And actually, the name more or less leaks what we will be talking about. Maybe something about friendships on Facebook. We will see. So, back in the days before, so when Meta was Facebook and Alphabet was Google in this case, so around 2015, Facebook was still in the growing phase. So it had a feature in which you can basically invite people to join the platform. So my friend is not on Facebook. So I send them an invite to join facebook.com. And with the invite, once actually they accept the invite, not only do they join the platform, but they also become my friend. So they also become my friend, which is very sensible when you think about it. Like, I mean, I'm inviting you to a platform probably because I want you to be my friend. So 2 for 1, everybody's happy. So very interesting. So until now, everybody's happy. Somebody invites someone to Facebook, they join Facebook, and they become friends. Voila, no worries. The problem starts later. What if my friend does not become my friend anymore? Like, I mean, they turn to be malicious. I want to unfriend them. I mean, come on, life happens. So in this case, I mean, I unfriended them, done, right? I mean, it should be as easy as this. However, the invitation that you sent maybe a few years ago will still haunt you. I mean, past mistakes does not go unnoticed. So what the attacker, or basically the bad friend who was invited years ago, can do, they can go to their email, click on the same invite, and guess what? They can return to be friends again. Because the invite still works, it will return them to be your friend, and that's it. So you don't need to do anything. Just go to your email, add them as a friend. And no matter how many times they unfriend you, you can go to the invitation, re-add them as a friend, and that's it. I mean, it's that simple, really. But now, I mean, I see some of you, you're talking, okay, but maybe I can block them, right? I mean, why don't I just block them if they are this malicious? It's not that easy. So the idea is as follows. First of all, as I told you, the malicious friend can do this trick as many times as they want. You unfriend them, they return back. But think about another part of the story. They also can unfriend you. So the flow can go as follows. I, as a malicious friend, I will add myself to your friend list, maybe send you a message or see your friends only post or whatever. And then I will unfriend you. And later I want to be returning to your friend. I'll just click on the invite and do it again and again. But then to answer the people thinking about, okay, but they can block me, back in the days, Facebook didn't have any abuse prevention against the block feature, meaning that you can block and unblock the same person as much as you want. So there is no limit. Now there is a limit, I think, of 24 or 48 hours, something like that. So what you can do is that you can take the first step as a malicious friend. You can block the person so that they can block you. So I, as a malicious friend, what I will do is that I will block you. I want to see your friends only post. I will unblock you, add you as a friend using the invite, see your friends only post or send you a message, and then block you again. And guess what? If I block you, you can't block me. This is life. So that's it. Basically, even the block feature was not able to prevent this, and the invite, as far as I know, never expires. So a very bad situation, I would say. So this is what the one that we were discussing, sorry. This is about the block feature. Okay, so let's do some reflections. Like, I mean, what did Meta done wrong here that caused this problem? So we can attribute this to at least 3 elements. First of all, the invites never expire. So it doesn't really matter if it is a few weeks or a year, the invite, as far as I recall, didn't expire, at least for a sufficiently long period that it's problematic. The invite actually should have expired even earlier, meaning that the invite should have expired once I accepted it back in the past. But this also didn't happen, so it's not a one-time use invitation, and invitations by nature should be one-time use. Unless, I mean, there is a reason why not to do so, but generally they should be a single-time use. And the last thing is that there was actually no mechanism to revoke the invitation. So I can't block you, I can't unfriend you because you will return again, and the invitation I sent years ago, I have no control over it, so I mean, it's end game, basically. There's nothing that I can do. So let's jump to the second exploit for today, and it's called the Now You See Me. And we will see why, because I mean, we will play some magic tricks in a second. It's also targeting Meta, by the way. So in this one, we are targeting another invitation flow, which is the groups invitation flow. And I mean, groups invitation flow have actually 2 ways. You can first invite your friend to join a Facebook group using their Facebook account, and this is not the flow we are interested in. We are more interested in the flow which invites people via email. So you send people an invitation via email, and then they can join your Facebook group. It should be simple, right? I mean, you send somebody an invitation. The invitation appear. I mean, let's assume that you are the admin. The invitation will appear here. Okay, you invited at gmail.com. There are very nice 3 buttons here that you can, 3 dots here that you can press on and delete the invite, which is also an upgrade from the previous attack where there was no way to revoke the invitation. So it's actually a good upgrade. Not so good. I can make the invite vanish. So here's the thing. This is the invite that I receive. And just to make sure that we are following up, in this case, we have one of 2 cases. First of all, I might be invited to the group and I'm the malicious person, or I'm the malicious actor. Or it can be that both, I mean, I'm the admin and I'm malicious and I'm exploiting this to gain basically persistent access to the group. We will see how in a second. So this is the shape of the invite. You get an invite telling you, okay, hey, X would like you to join them on Facebook, join the Besides Las Vegas group. Very nice. You click join group. You will be prompted with a thing telling you, okay, hey, do you want to join this group or not? If you would like to join, you press yes or you decline. Easy. And as we see in this slide, the invite is there in the admin panel. But here is the trick. We would like to make this invitation disappear. And once we make this invitation disappear, the admin loses control over the invite. It's super easy. You navigate to your email. You get the invitation link, which is basically the link behind the join group part. You get this URL, you copy it, and you paste it in the browser while you are logged in. So you don't accept the invite, you just load the invitation URL, nothing more. And the invitation vanishes. And that's it. So, I mean, there is nothing fancy. For some reason, when you load the invite, and you didn't accept it yet, so you are not part of the group yet, the invitation will vanish from the admin panel. So basically, nobody can see it. So if you go to the admin panel, you will see that nobody's invited, although somebody is. And you haven't joined the group, so nobody can remove you, because, I mean, you are not a member yet. So this provides us with an invitation which does not expire, and nobody can revoke it. So what is the use case like? I mean, why should you care? So imagine this. Imagine this is a work group or a group which is secret or where confidential information is shared. And I'm the admin of the group now. I work in this group, and I'm getting laid off. And I'm very malicious. I would like to persist access after my access is revoked. What I would do is that I will send the invite to one email that I own. I will play this trick so that the invitation is not visible. And now I have a backdoor in the group that I can join whenever I want. So whenever I click the invitation, loaded it, it's now there. I mean, nobody can remove it. And even after I got laid off or my access gets revoked, I can still go there and do this. Of course, this is malicious, it's illegal, but it's technically feasible. So this is how to play this one. And as we will see, this attack, we will go into rounds, meaning that we will go into the first exploit, Meta will solve it, we will bypass, and we keep doing this. It actually went up for 3 to 4 years, if I recall correctly. So actually what I told you is not enough. Like, I mean, I'm not satisfied. Meaning that, yes, I can use the invitation, yet the invitation is hidden, but inviting one person is lame. What if we take the invitation URL, load it in 10 accounts, 100 accounts, can they all join? They shouldn't, but actually they do. Whenever you load the invitation URL before accepting it, you grant this account an invitation itself. So what you need to do, very simply, you copy the invitation URL from the email, you paste it in as many accounts as you want, and now all those accounts are actually invited. Nobody see this invitation, it's a ghost invitation, and they can all join the group at any given point. So I don't need many invitations, I just need an invitation to a single email, and I can distribute it as much as I want. And then all of them can accept whenever they want. So maybe account A will accept now, and then they will remove it. I will use B, I will use C, I will use F, whatever. I mean, I can have as many as I want. So this is actually very bad. And they solved it. So actually, Meta solved it by tying the invitation to an email. So now the invitation is directed to a single person. And they check if the email, meaning that if the invitation is directed to x@gmail.com, only x@gmail.com can join. It's a good approach, it appears. But, and here is the discrepancy between how the developers and how the attacker think in a thing. Okay, it's tied for the email. So what happens if I move the email around accounts? So as you know, in Facebook, you can have more than one email. So what happened is I have an email, for example, ali@gmail.com. I load the invite in ali@gmail.com. And then I remove ali@gmail.com from the Facebook account. The Facebook account still exists. I add it to another account. I load the invite. And I do the same over and over again. Guess what? It actually works. It actually works. Yes. They will allow me to do this. So basically, I can reproduce exactly the same effect by having a single mail, moving it between different accounts, loading the invite without accepting, and then all those accounts have the invitation active, and I can accept from whichever one, whenever I want. And I can repeat this for as long as I want as well. They fixed this as well. But then I discovered something which is very interesting because it's very trivial, actually. What if you block all the admins of a specific group? Theoretically, it should be that they can send you messages, they can see your posts, but the cherry on top of that, they can also not see your invite. So if I create an account, if I create an invite directed to x@gmail.com, and then the account of x@gmail.com blocked every admin in the group, the invite becomes invisible to everybody. That's it. Super easy. But I was not satisfied. I mean, this was not enough. So let's play the end game. At some point, probably they get bored and they removed the wall feature. Now it's back, by the way. Like, I mean, this was around 2015, 2016. They removed the feature altogether. Like, I mean, there is no email invitation. If you want to invite somebody, you invite them using their account. But they didn't remove the API. So, I mean, guess what? We are back in the game. You just use the API, you send the invitation, and life goes on. So, again, I mean, you're just back in the game because removing the UI is not enough to remove the wall feature, and we can re-exploit again and have fun. So what went wrong in this attack? Actually, quite a lot of things went wrong. So first of all, there is an overcomplication here where loading the invite have a very weird effect of making it invisible. I don't know really why it happens like so, but it seems that the invitation system is rather complex, because when I think about it, the invitation should be either accepted, pending, or rejected. Loading the invite should not have an effect on how it appears or anything, basically. So this is the problem. Overcomplication is a big problem here. Invitations were not bound to a user attribute in the first round of this attack, meaning that any email can accept any invite sent to any other email, which allowed us to scale the attack easily. As you said, as you saw in round 2, it was not enough to bound it to an attribute like email. It doesn't work. But it is something that you need to do, so it's necessary but insufficient, as they say. Invitations were not one-time use, so I can use it in many accounts, which is actually the major problem with how I can invite many users to the same group. By the way, this is also, when you think about it, if there is group moderation, it means that me as a normal user who should not be able to invite people and they get automatically accepted, if the invitation I got was auto-approved by an admin, I now have admin privileges by sending out invitations and having people join it because I'm auto-approved. Like, not full admin privileges, but yet I can exploit something that only admins should be able to have. The other thing, which is actually, I mean, I think that there have been many exploits in Meta and also several social media platforms regarding this. Moderation should not be blocked by a user action, meaning that if you block me, I can't message you, I can't see your content, that's fine. But as a group moderator, I need to be able to see your invites. I need to be able to see your posts, even just in this context. Otherwise, I can't moderate it, and the block becomes a weapon, more or less. And finally, stale APIs. Removing the UI is not sufficient to deprecate a feature. By the way, if you go to the OWASP API top 10, the mismanagement of inventory is on the top 10 list. Like, I mean, this is very common that you either don't deprecate APIs or you still leave older versions which are vulnerable for a specific VPI. So it's pretty common, actually. And now with the last exploit, which is in Snapchat in this case. And just to be clear, here we are targeting Snapchat Business Manager. And this is an example of a B2B product, meaning that Business Manager is not intended for normal users. It's intended so that you can create ads, for example. So usually it's used by companies. You create an account, you invite your colleagues, and everybody's happy. And the title of this attack is One Invite to Block Them All. We will see why this in a second. So this is how the invitation looks like. Very simple. You have an email, you have a role, and invite member. So you just need to enter an email of the person you would like to invite. You add them a role. Back in the days, it was just member or admin, so very simple. And you invite them, and that's it. By the way, before we go further, I would like to tell you that here, just to be following up, the person being invited is the victim, while the invitee, basically the person who invites, is the malicious person. This is opposite to what we saw in the Meta's exploits. So here what happened is, this invitation that I just saw you, it actually triggers 2 HTTP requests. The first one is a request that invites the user to join the organization, like we will see in this request in a second. And then there is a second request which adds the role. So there are 2 HTTP requests. The first, you just send the invitation email. The second, assign them to a role, which is member, admin, or whatever. So this is how the first invitation looked like. It's a very normal post request. You add their name, and then you add their email and the organization ID. And this actually sends the invite. But then there is another request which is triggered, which, okay, now you are a member, so there is a member ID, and then I assign you a role. Maybe it's a member, maybe it's an admin. It really doesn't matter at this point. The question is, what happens if I don't send the second request? Like, I mean, I invite you to join my organization, but I don't set you a role. And I mean, this from the UI, it's not possible because a single click will actually have two requests being sent. But again, I mean, there is Burp Suite, there is APIs. I will just intercept it, make the first request pass, and drop the second one. What will happen is this. Whenever the user who is invited log into their account, they will see this. Well, it's awkward, access denied. And you might say, okay, but why this is a problem? Because actually in Snapchat Business Manager, you can have more than one account, meaning that you can be, for example, from a totally different company, but just because I invited you and you joined, or you clicked on the link, that the invitation link in this case, now you are not able not just to access my organization, it doesn't really matter, but also your organization. So you are blocked completely because the API will see, okay, you are not in a right state. You have a member in a specific organization with no role. I don't know how to act. I'm denying you access, I'm sorry. But this is not it. Some stuff made this attack even slightly more scalable. First of all, classic now, invitations were not bound to an email. So any invitation from any account can be used to add anybody to anywhere. There was no confirmation before you join the organization, meaning that when you load the invitation link sent to your email, there is nothing that tells you, hey, please confirm this invite, or you want to join this organization. Once you click on the button on your email, you're automatically joined. We combine those two elements and we get a cross-site request forgery, meaning that I will send an invitation to a very random email. I will get the invitation URL, put it on my blog. Whenever you visit my blog, this invitation is loaded because it's a very simple GET request, and you are added to my account. Basically, you are removed from everything because now you denied access to everything. But this also allows me to scale the attack. I'm not just relying on you clicking the invitation sent to your email. Maybe you don't click on emails, you don't know. But it can even be distributed on websites so that once you visit the website, this request will be sent and you will be denied access. And Snapchat fixed the issue. But it was not enough. So basically what they did is that now you can't create a member without an associated role. You will not be allowed. So this will not be allowed anymore. So what we can do is as follows. We can invite a user and add the role because this is now mandatory. But we can delete the role after that. So it's really easy. Like, I mean, we can create, as we will see, there was an endpoint which can delete your role. And there is no API check that you can delete this role if it is maybe the only role remaining. So what I will do is that I will invite the user, I will add them a role, and then I will delete the role. And now the invitation is poisoned just like the first invitation. There is no difference. Like, I mean, there is no problem. And this can be exploited basically by any admin. By the way, admin is very simple. You create an account and then you are an admin of the account. So it's a free thing. You don't need to pay a penny for it. And it can be exploited against all members. And members here don't think that, I mean, it's actual members. What we mean here by members is that anybody who clicks on the link which you poisoned, the invitation link in this case. And this is basically the delete request, which deletes the role using the role ID. Very simple. And now, finally, we come to some reflections about this case. I mean, what made this case possible? First of all, there is no validation before executing the invite, meaning that once you load the link, you are in the organization. There is nothing that tells you, hey, do you want to join the organization? Are you sure you want to take this action? And this is problematic. I mean, usually it's a very best practice that you confirm the user actions before you actually execute them. The second thing is, and this is actually common not just for invitation systems, but for other things as well, having associated functionalities atomic, meaning that, as you saw in the first round, there's two requests, one to send an invitation and another one to add the role. But those things, from the developer point of view, they should never be splitted. Like, I mean, they are one, they are just atomic. So what you should do is that you should have them in a single request. and the request should fail if you didn't provide a role or you didn't, you provide an invalid role or whatever. So in essence, it shouldn't be that you split requests that you want to make atomic. Otherwise, you cannot guarantee it. I will use Burp Suite or any other proxy, drop the part of the request that I don't like, and that's it. Just to give you an example about how this can be exploited in other things, think about story views on multiple social media. Usually what happens is that there is a request to fetch the data, like I mean the story content, and then there is another request to set you as viewed. I have seen this multiple times. And the main problem here is you can just submit the request to fetch the data, get this story content, and drop the request that say that you viewed their story, and that's it. So it's not a problem. Those things should be atomic, but for some reason, they are developed mistakenly to be separated, more or less. The third thing is starting and ending in allowed states. What happened here is that we started, in the first round of this attack, we started by an invalid state, meaning that it was possible for me to create a state in which there is a user invited, it doesn't have a role. In the second round, it was possible for me to have a user without a role altogether. It should be that the user starts with a role, and then there is no possibility to remove the role unless I remove the user, and that's it. So you should start in a specific known state and end in a specific known state. Otherwise, if you do, by the way, this is actually pretty good from Snapchat point of view. They are doing a deny by default strategy. Like, I mean, whenever they see that this is an allowed state, they do a deny by default. But deny by default can be weaponized if you don't do it right. And I can't say this enough, invitation should be bound to a user attribute. Again, because without binding the invitation to an email or the user ID, I was able to cause an invitation CSRF and force people to join my organization in this case. So that's it. Questions? Nobody have any curiosities? Doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for coming. The URL can be used to download the slides, and I promise it doesn't have a malware. Thank you. Thank you. Should I remove it? Should I remove it? Okay.
Stickers for years, so I figured I'd probably need to get back. I was a volunteer in 2019 because I didn't get my room time, so I needed a room. So the only way to get a room is to volunteer. So that worked. Actually, no, not a room. Just get the. No, but I was 2019. So I've been there. Well, I missed COVID and I missed the year after.
That's still
That counts well.
That is my ace.
So let's go. Today we're going to talk about the age of Zygote injection, how to break Android's inboxing system. First of all, who am I? I'm João. Can you call me Tricto? I'm 19 years old, Brazilian, pentester, researcher, and malware developer at Hakai Offensive Security. Hakai is a focus company on offensive security, like services like pen testing, red teaming, and threat intelligence, and others so on. I'm a programmer, gamer, I love cats. If you're gonna eat some pizza, please call me. And I'm passionate about sys internals, reverse engineering, off-sim development, and mobile. Here we have a QR code for my GitHub if you want to check my job and other things, other projects. So, okay, what is the intention? I want to explain to you how Zygote injections attacks work and what we can do with it. Like, is a pretty great alternative for tools like Frida or debuggers for instrumentation mobile applications. And that's it, let's go. It's pretty cool because Zygote injection is a more stealthiest way we can bypass protections more quickly. Like, we don't have to care about Frida or debugger detections, just checksum. So, okay, let's go. First of all, what is Zygote? The Zygote process is the first process started on Android. Is the parent process of all the Android applications. And inside of Zygote, we have the Android runtime that will care about like the SE policy Linux and the interpretation of the code. So Android have the Zygote, and when the Zygote needs to generate an application, like we open WhatsApp, Instagram, another application, the Zygote will do a fork. And this fork is for put the code inside the runtime and can run the code itself. Zygote runs with limited privilege, so it applies the SE policy Linux inside each application to limit it so one application can't talk with the other. We have some processes that are being started by Zygote, like system server, WebView Zygote, and all the other app process. And we have the specialization. Specialization is exactly this point to the Zygote fork itself and set the security measures for this process. So when we set the security measures based on the Linux policies, this we call specialization. So, okay. Here we have a diagram. So the Android starts the kernel and the system. In this time, we have some services like install D, ADBD for interactive with the system, install some applications, and we have the Zygote process. And from the Zygote process, we will fork and generate the other process that needs secured measures. So, okay. We have Android runtime. Android runtime is the manager runtime that the application will use to run its code. The format that Android runtime understands is the LV executable. That is a bytecode format specific for Android. And on the interpretation method, the execution method, we have a hybrid compilation. So we have GT and AOT. GT is the process of pass in the interpretation. So the just-in-time compilation will pass through the interpreter. And on AOT is ahead of time compilation. The code will be precompiled when the interpreter be executed frequently. So we precompile this code on the Android. The Android runtime will do this for us. And the code will be, is like for optimization, is just converted for machine code. We have the difference between Java, Kotlin code, and native code. Java and Kotlin code will generate DEX format. And we have the native code. The native code is like AOT, but you precompile the code on your machine and pass in format as a dynamic linkable library. We have the difference between two libraries inside the Android. We have the libandroid runtime.so and libar.so. They are different. Libandroid runtime.so is for apply the security measures. Is the SE policy Linux that will be applied, or the fork, or the specialization? Is the environment setup? And libar.so is the interpreter and what will execute our code. Okay, here we have just a diagram. So GT code will be the interpreter. We have a bytecode DEX format, and they will turn into machine code and execute. And the AOT, we have the frequently run code, like 50%, that will precompile on our machine and just run as machine code all the process, no need to interpret the bytecode. We have this pretty weird diagram too, but we can focus on the red boxes. This is what libart.so does. We have here this side that is the interpretation execution. Here, all the code that is GT will be interpreted. And here, on this other side, on native method, is the methods that we precompile on our machine and pass in dynamic linkage library format. And we have quick code. Quick code is AOT. AOT is the frequently code that was interpreted, but now the Android runtime compile for us and just execute as machine code. Just two more concepts till we start how we inject code in Zygote. We have the native bridge on Android. Native bridge is just an architecture translator. So imagine we have x86 computer and we want to run an emulator, Android emulator. We can use native bridge to understand how the x86 opcodes will run on ARM. This starts on Android 5. And native bridge is really interesting because it executes inside Zygote. If we don't need the native bridge, like if you have an ARM device or do you have an ARM device and this will run ARM code, you don't need the native bridge. So this unloads from the Zygote. All Androids, all the architectures have the native bridge. So okay, start on Android 5, and like I said, if no needed, this will be unloaded. Here we have a diagram. I think it will be a little bit smaller, but you can check on Hakai Offensive Security GitHub after this presentation. But it's what I explained before. All the process was native bridge, unload and load into the Zygote and check if we will need to translate some architecture opcodes from the process. We have PLT. PLT is procedure linkage table. Imagine we have a table with some symbols, some function names, and the address. This will be correlated. But if we can use this for hook, if we change the address from one symbol to another, we will redirect the control flow of the program. We can use like frameworks like Xhook or others. And this is a diagram. So imagine we have this table with two symbols, two functions, and two addresses. We could change this address for the first and execute. When we call bar func, execute full func. So okay, we have inline function, inline hooking. Is other type of hooking, but we don't know the symbol name. We just know the address of the function, and we can pass, and we'll patch the three first assembly opcodes. Let's get a diagram. It's more easy to speak. So we have here the original function. We can jump for a malicious code. And after this malicious code, we will jump for the original code. So this is the control, the redirection of the control flow just with an address. So, OK, let's talk how we perform Zygote injection. We need to change the native bridge because the native bridge will load inside the Zygote. We can drop an artifact. The first thing that we load in native bridge is just a loader. This is because, like I said, if no need to run the native bridge, the code will be unloaded. So we need to drop a new code in memory. And we can restart the native bridge, the original, if some application, like if we are in an emulator, probably we will need the native bridge, the original native bridge functions. We can, after hook the PLT for the class co-Android internalize Zygote on GNI functions, where this class is the place to find the functions like native xxx specialize. And on this function, we can find where each type of process will be generated, will be forked and specialized. And then we can have fun. So this is the diagram we will see in a minute, all of this. But it's the same process that frameworks like gdisk and the Hero does. And just quick, we have Hero and gdisk. The difference is Hero has my disk module for Zygote injection, is up to 11 version of Android. And it's deprecated now because have some incompatibilities with other modules. We have a gdisk. Hero recommends you to use gdisk now because gdisk is built into Magisk, so don't have the incompatibility in the time that we need to execute this injection, and works from version 12 for nowadays. Okay, we will replicate what these two frameworks will do. So let's talk about Yaga. Yaga is my project to explain to you how Zygote injection attack works and how we can hook the interpreter and redirect the control flow of a single application. You have the QR code for the project, and you can check on my GitHub too. So, okay, the project was started on an ARM emulator, a macOS emulator, and on Android 12. So first of all, what is Magisk? It's just a simple concept. We have a systemless routing, a root binary that is systemless. Don't change the /system partition. And the most interesting thing around Magisk is this can run custom code. This can run an extension for its properties. Here is the face of Magisk. And we need to develop a Magisk module. A Magisk module, we have some files like module prop to store metadata or install.sh to enable the features of the Magisk module. And what we are really interested is on postfs data. Postfs data will execute this script during the boot process of the Android. We have service.sh that will run after the boot process. And we have these two folders. We have gdisk if you want to inject some code into the Zygote process. We will replicate that. We will use the gdisk folder. We have the system folders for replicate the file system, like you have the /system. If you want to place something that will be native on the system of the Android, we can place on this folder. And we have the SE policy rule that we can edit the SE policy Linux to be more permissive. This is the Yaga module. We need to put these folders like metainf, common, Google Android, and these two scripts that will identify this is a Magisk module. And here on the system folder, I will place two files inside the library folder for each type of architecture, x86, 4, or x32. Is the loader and the operator that we'll see in a minute. We have the install.sh and the module prop just for say this is a module, and we have the two scripts, postfs data and service.sh. Just the metadata with name, version, and the author of the code. Here on install.sh, the Boolean flags to set the two scripts. And here we have the postfs data that will run during boot, and just what we need to inject code into the Zygote is change the property RO.VicVM native bridge for the loader. This will automatically load the code into the Zygote. But why this works? We can reverse engineering the code of Zygote. So we have the main function, and inside this main function, going a little bit ahead, we find the runtime start. This will be the start of the Android runtime. And inside this function, this start here, we can check the start VM that will start the virtual machine for store some variables and things from the environment. Going inside of it, we can already check some flags here. And going a little bit forward, we can find the RO.VicVM native bridge flag that says that if 0 means the native bridge is disabled, but if not, the bridging is only enabled for the Zygote. So we can have an idea that this code will run into the Zygote. Going a little bit forward, we have the JNI create Java VM for setting up some virtualization things that we will need to run the code to the interpretation. So we have this function. Inside we have the runtime create. And inside we have the instance init. And inside this function of initialization of the runtime, we can go a little bit further and find these comments that the Android developers put inside here, that the code will look for the native bridge and check from this control flow. And we can find some Zygote mentions here, so we can get this idea. And here we have the load of the native bridge inside the Zygote. And here we have the function to load the native bridge. So, okay, if you want to masquerade the malicious activity, you can put the native bridge as 0. This just works for like ARM 64, ARM devices, because if you need translation, you can put like just a null string. And here we have the loader. We place this structure. This structure is just a pointer for the other pointers that will be replicated from the Android code search. This is for just to store the original nature bridge and restore after. And unload our library, our loader. We can check if we are into the Zygote process, drop a new code on memory that will be operator. And after that, we can just restore the original nature bridge with the pointer and the structure. Okay, the function is Zygote. We can just get the /proc/self/same the line to get the name of the process and check with ER into Zygote. The structure just to close the library when it will be unloaded if not needed. And what we can do now, we can reverse the Android runtime code, the libandroid runtime.so, that have some functions like native fork and specialized, native fork system server, or native specialized app process that is the specialization process of each type of process. We have the register Android internal Zygote that will be GNI register for each function. And here just an example of execution of each type of fork. And we have a lot of parameters that will be interesting for us. So inside the operator, we can do a PLT hook. I use here xhook for the register native methods and know when a GNI method will be registered on the process. So here are just some macros. And on our hooked function, we will check if it's on the class co-android internal as Zygote and check if the method name is one of the fork types like specialized app process or system server. The native fork and specialized is for WebView Zygote. We can check the signature too, just to don't have problems. Like Samsung, Motorola likes to change this signature. They like to do it by themselves. But inside of each condition, we can store a pointer for the original method and use the register native methods to register a new function, our function, to redirect to the control flow based on the register address that will be done. Here are just the variables that we store the original address. And here the signature and our new function prototype. We have the others functions, the other types of specialization. And here we have an example of execution. So we can execute normally here by the pointer. And we can run a code on pre-version that this pre-version will execute before we set the specialization, before the CA Linux policy will be applied to this process. And we can execute a post that the CA policy Linux measures are being applied already. So we have the both types. We have the others like system server, and we have the app process too. On app process, I place here for we log the name of the process that the code will be injected. And here we have a little demo. Let me put here. Just make a better quality. I hope you can see all. So, okay. I place a setup.sh on the project if you want to build more easily, and you just need to push into your device via ADBD, and you can install via Magisk, the module. And what you need now is just reboot your device, because when we reboot, all the injection will be applied on the initialization process. So here we can get the PD of Zygote here. Let's just wait. Here we have the PD 334 for Zygote process on this time. And we can check a lot of logs coming in. And the first log is just code loaded in Zygote process PD 334. So we successfully injected code inside Zygote. And we can see too a lot of logs like camera, contacts. These are the processes being generated. We are injecting code in each process that it will be open. So it's nice. So if I open some new process like Chrome, if I open like my application here, dummy3, I can see a new log here calling dummy3. So we have the injected code on this new application that we open now via the Zygote. Okay, cool. What we can do with it? We have the libar.so, that is the interpreter. And we have this code of this application, is a demo application that we have like a isRoot function returning true and displaying on the screen. Remembering this is a DEX code. This will be interpreted. So libar.so, the interpreter, have this function called doCall. doCall is the function that executes the method. And it receives the first parameter as an art method. Art method is a class. Here we receive a pointer for the called method. And art method have this class and some parameters on protected part of the code that have like a declaring class, the method index, all the things where this method is located and need to be executed. But the most important thing is the entry point from quick compiled code that will be the address for this function. We have inside the art method choose this function that is pre-method, just returns a human readable, something like a package, the class that will be located, and the method name. Okay, so what we can do with it? We have the app process post version that the SC plus Linux measures are being applied. And we have two variables here. We can get the package name chars from nice name and the app.addrs. This is just the name of the process and the /data of the application. And we can check if the process name is the same as the application name. And here, all this coding, this condition will run inside just of this application. So we have some cache for the Java VM and the app.addr chars. We will see this in a minute. Have just the function to get the env and get some variables inside the runtime. And here we can hook the first function from libart, the pretty method. And it's a little bit difficult to get this address. We need to self-implement a way to get the address, like find name. I will show to you in a minute. And we can use like Dobby. Dobby is an inline hooker. We get the address of the function, and we just use this address to hook this function. So pre-method will execute normally. We just need the original implementation. And here we have the find name function. The find name function, we need to follow some steps, like we need to load the memory map, the virtual memory map of the process, find the library name, and get each page. And when we get these pages, we can reconstruct a ELF file and check by the sections, the dynamic symbols and the static symbols, and look for the symbol that we want and restore each address. So each function, we load the memory map from the proc self maps. We can get each page, and we can reconstruct after we find the library name. We will reconstruct this inside memory. So here's just the reconstruction, and we have the do load function. And this do load will just load the ELF. We'll get the magic bytes and reconstruct all the sections in memory. It's just it. And we have the get sims. Here we get the static symbols and the dynamic symbols. Like we have the lookup sync function, and this will just, after we reconstruct the ELF file and can get the symbols, we go in the sections that have the dynamic symbols and the static symbols and get all this stuff. Okay, just some structures that I used, like to get the static symbols and dynamic symbols. This is the symbol tab, and to get the memory map. And okay, we can do this for doCall. The doCall function have 4 variations. We need to hook all of them, and we can pass just an iteration to the same function. What we need to do after hooking this function is the same. So okay, just some code stuff for redirect for this function. This function is the hooked doCall, and inside doCall we have the art method. And if with the art method we can call pretty method. calling pretty method, we can have the name of the function, the class that is being executed on this moment. We can check if this is from con example dummy tree, is the name of my application, and we will know that the package of the execution of this function is our application itself, not like the Java runtime function. And we can log to have a stack trace of all the functions that were called. And we can check if it is root function inside the main activity class. And if it is, we can get the env, load a new DEX into memory, get this method, transform into a JObject, and get this art method. And if it's root function, we don't need to execute normally the original function with arg1. We can just place the new art method that we load into memory. So this is just a replicate for art method. And here we have the load dex and get method. We will load the mydex.dex file inside the /data/data of this process, remembering that we need to pass execution, read, and write permissions. We need to get the JObject. We need to get the art method of this JObject. And just remembering, we have this function as example is root returning true. And we can patch this function changing the dex for 0, the smiley that will be converted for dex in a new class called mydex. This is the result in Java, like we have the false. And here is just the process to generate this dex. You can find this on my GitHub project too. And let's go for the demonstration. So let me just put on a better quality too. Okay. First of all, we have this function. I hope you can see. You can see pretty well the text. We have the true value on the screen. And here we have is root function. And okay, we just need to compile our module with .set.sh script and pass to the device, install the Magisk module, and reboot our device. And when it reboots, we'll be apply all the modifications. Just a minute. Here we can see all the logs coming in and the code being injected. But when we open libgeometry, we can saw the string now is false. And here we have all the stack trace of all the functions that were called and what function was patched. So pretty cool. And we have a DEX code hooking now via Zygote. Okay. Returning on the code, we have this native code too, a string from native code that comes from libgeometry.so. Remembering this is a machine code in dynamic library format. Here we have on the compiler, we have the returning of hello from native breed string from this function. But if we pass a new argument, this will pass here and return this new string. We can hook this from linker binary or libdl.so, but linker binary on Android use libdl.so. So I prefer going on this way and get the Android DL OpenXT. And we can hook with Adobe Android DL OpenXT. You can hook with Xhook too, but I prefer Adobe on this case because we can pass a new pointer here and he will find the library. We don't need to specify a library. And when we hook, we can check on the first parameter if the library name is libgeometry.so. Execute it normally, the Android DL OpenXT, and get a handle and get the address of the symbol of a string from native code and hook this native code. Here we have the new function. We generate a string called hacked and interpreted the cast for int64. That is the same that we saw into the compiler here. And that's it. So let's check it out. I just purify the video. Okay, so when we open the application now, we can see two strings, true and hello from native code. This is the original behavior. And we can do all the same process, just set up, push the device, the module, and install. I will just skip to get more time. And we can reboot the device. And after we reboot the device, we can see the injection of our process here. And when we open now the same application, we can see the string true, the string false, sorry, and hacked, and all the stack traces of each method and each library. So pretty cool. We have two injections, two types of injections, the interpreted code and the machine code. So let's talk about Lihu. Lihu is just the porting of this project for gZISC, so we don't need to care about Zygote injection more, just the hooking of all the methods, the application methods. And here we have the QR code if you want to check the project. And that's it. This working more versions of Android, I think version 11, 12, and 13. Yeah. Feel free to contribute with this project, send pull requests, and other things. Okay. Imagine that we have an application that have a lot of protections, like the bug detection, ADB protection, emulator, and GDWP. Some protections in native code, and some protections in index code, like emulator, to get a dynamic text or check if the application has been debugged. Here we have the implementation of like the ADBD detection and the take actions. The take actions just will have a new pointer to crash the application itself and take the measures. And we have like the GDWP detection to check if we have the flag on proxy of tasks. And here is how you use Lihu. You just need to change on post app specialize some functions like set APK name and place your APK name. And you can choose like HasterDex hook or Haster native hook. If you have a native function, you can pass what library it's located, the entire name of the function, and create a pointer for a new function and a pointer to store the original pointer of the function. And for a DEX hook, we can pass the package, the class, and the function name of the original implementation, and now separated the new class, the new method, the signature of the functions, and what is the DEX that will be located. These DEX need to be placed at /data/local/temp. Here we have the implementation for the native code. We have the return 0 and return 0 for both protections for return false. And we have here from the DEX, we generate a DEX like bypass DEX with 0 and 0 for the protections and a dynamic text called hacked. So let's go to a demo. I will put just on a higher quality. And okay, imagine that we have the application, we open the application, and boom, it's crashed because we have a debugger detection. How we can bypass it? We can just build the Lihu project, have a .setup script too, and you can push the module, Lihu magisk module.zip inside the Android device, and you can push the bypass DEX to /data/local/temp too. We can install the Lihu module. It's just a cat. I love cats. And we reboot the device to apply all the injections, remembering that the gZISC on my disk need to be enabled, because if won't, we will not be able to execute. So enable gZISC before it. You can place, interesting thing, you can place with the gZISC an app on the deny list. So we can bypass root and hook the application with this framework. So really cool. So when the device starts, we won't see any log just when we open the application that we are targeting. And the same application now will show the string hacked, no will crash, and we can see all the stack traces for the functions that were being executed, that the programmer expects to be executed, and what functions we patched to bypass it. So we have really stack traces, and if we will bypass some protections like HASP protections, runtime application self-protection, you can look all the stack traces of the application before you know, like, whoa, this function is what killed the application now, and you can patch this. So what to do? The only thing that is missing now that I see is static methods on DEX code, because the methods that is static on DEX code is a little bit different. It's really the same, but it's a little bit different. But for all the other DEX methods and for native methods already works. So that's it. Feel free to contribute with the project. Here is the bibliography. Questions, and if you have no questions, I will just place a thanks and redirect to you for the QR code of Hakai Security. And that's it, so feel free to ask some questions, and that's it. No.
All right, so I'll just be loud without a microphone. First question: if native bridge is not enabled, for example, if it were not in the Android code, none of this works, right?
Android code will load native bridge. You don't like if
thought
no.
exercise, right? Suppose that Google ships a version of Android for devices that does not contain the native bridge functionality.
Yeah, if the Android code removes the native bridge, like you get the source codes from Android and remove, no need. But for default, the native code will load if you want. What?
By default, of course, they ship it, but if that functionality wasn't there, then you basically wouldn't be able to do anything.
Yeah, if you remove, yes. But if it's just that, if it's placed that you just get the original code, is by default,
Okay.
like that.
Why in the world does Android ship on devices with that functionality? Is there any practical reason for it?
It's a great question. I think it's because I don't know if older versions of Android were other architectures before, but nowadays, no need, just for emulators. It's really strange.
Yeah. I mean, it would seem that they should just ship a version for emulators only, and maybe developer mode, and call it good. Okay. Second question. I don't believe you really like cats because there wasn't a single cat picture in your presentation.
No, I love cats.
So kitty pics.
Okay, good. Thanks.
List them in your GitHub.
Hey, thanks again. Were you able to see if Google Play Protect, could you completely defeat all the checks in Google Play Protect?
You can just a little bit lower.
Oh, did you try an app that uses Google Play Protect and see if all of your measures could defeat that?
Yeah, on Google Play Protect, it bypass. Because the Google Play Protection just check the signature if you patch the code. Like if I decompile the application, change the code, and rerun, this will protect on the Google Play version of protection. But on dynamic bypassing, no, this don't check.
Because as far as I remember, Google Play Protect does more than just signature checks. It'll try to see if the device is rooted and things like that.
A little bit slow.
I
Sorry.
thought Google Play Protect also checks if the device is rooted and some of those other heuristics that you could patch.
Yeah, I don't understand the end, but it's like that. The static version of patching no, but the play integrity checks just the static, not the dynamic version. You can place a dynamic protection by yourself, but Google don't do this.
I think his question was just, have you tested it under those circumstances? Have you tried to run any of this code through something like the Google Play Store and those checks and seeing whether or
You
not...
can just talk a little bit loud. I don't know why
Yeah,
it's a little
not
bit
that obvious.
yeah.
It's just a very close proximity effect, Mike. Have you tried testing it against those scenarios?
Yeah,
Okay.
I tested.
And it was able to bypass that?
Yeah, was able to bypass.
And your theory to this is this, if you're doing this dynamically, there's not enough there to... Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, I think no more questions. Someone? Okay, so that's it, guys. Thank you for watching. What? Sorry.
Keep profit.
talk at B-Sides. Hope you all are having a great time. Without further ado, here is Casey Ellis with The Tale of Two Fools, looking through the looking glass.
Whoa. Nearly knocked that thing over. How we doing? Yeah? Good B-sides? Rock and roll on? Cool. I'm kind of feeling about this talk with a mixture of excitement and dread. In some ways, this is like definitely a collection of thoughts that I've put together over the past 12 months, and I'll explain kind of the context of that in a second. But yeah, let's get right into it. I appreciate you guys all kind of turning out for the lock note. And I think really thinking about it, like what I'm trying to do here is touch on the things that I think are most powerful and most important about security as a community. Thank you very much. All right, how are we going to do this? Just be shorter. That's good advice. Yeah, it's helpful except for when it's not, unfortunately. Anyway, let's get into it. So agenda, who am I? A bit of context, the thesis, why this, why now, and then solutions and suggestions. So who the heck's this guy? My name's Casey. I am probably best known as the founder of BugCrowd and the co-founder of the Disclose.io project. Also do like angel investing, policy stuff, all sorts of wacky things. But yeah, BugCrowd, basically we didn't invent bug bounty and vulnerable disclosure programs, but we did pioneer this concept of getting in between the security research community and all of the folks that can help out with security insight and all of the different problems that exist on the defender side. So sorry and you're welcome, I guess, because that definitely escalated. But yeah, from a context standpoint, like that's kind of my background. And yeah, Australian, in case you couldn't hear that, I live in San Francisco, California. One note, there's a little bit of medical stuff in this talk, so if that's something that makes you squeamish, it's nothing hectic, just to give you a bit of a warning there. So yeah, in terms of like how I'm thinking about what's important, Disclose.io is really around changing the operating environment for folks that hack in good faith. Like we've done a lot around trying to influence policy, actually seeing the CFAA get amended with charging rule guidance changes out of DOJ, different things that we've done with SCOTUS and in other countries as well. Basically, like if you're hacking in good faith, it shouldn't be a crime and you shouldn't be worried about it being perceived as criminal. So that's the problem that we're trying to solve there. With BugCrowd, it was really about creating a new market by disrupting the economics of defense versus attack. And then in terms of the stuff that I'm working on outside of that, it's really just about encouraging the pursuit of potential. That's kind of a passionate conviction that I have, for myself, for other people, for pretty much everything I build. I think there's a lot of that simpatico in this room. And you see it, just in the vibe of the B-Sides community, but especially B-Sides Las Vegas. Like you're all here because you see the gold in each other and you believe in the gold in yourselves. So I'm big on that. Here's the hectic part. So right about now, last year, woo. So I basically got cold rebooted twice last year. I had a valve failure that we found I actually had been, it turns out, ignoring basically the fact that my heart was operating at like 20% capacity for probably about a year or two. It had enlarged and was going crazy as a result. So we eventually figured that out when I was in Australia on vacation and managed to get open heart surgery and get a repair done, probably with a couple of weeks on the clock before that would have been a bigger problem. And then a month later, which is when B-Sides was on, shout out to Carl who stood in for me at a couple of talks as I'm like writing them on the way to the hospital. There was a complication from that and they had to go back in. So all up, that netted out to like pretty much 3.5 months on my back, recovering from it and all of that sort of thing. And the thing is that, thank you. Doctors, like the medical stuff that goes on here, I've got a new appreciation for that, obviously. New appreciation for community, family, like everything. It took a village. Like I got lucky, right? So I think I will drop the health nugget, like don't ignore stuff. Like we all, like to be superheroes and hard charge. And that's a part of what we do. It is a part of what's necessary sometimes, but if it's coming at the cost of listening to yourself and actually like not dying, don't do that, because I got pretty close to doing that. And I don't recommend it, it's not fun. So anyway,
You're
Love you too, Josh. So this is my... Because I figured I'd get emo on that slide and need to break it up a little bit, so this is my attempt at doing that. But yeah, that's some context. So here's the thesis. This is actually borrowed from a book called The Shockwave Rider. It's funny, I actually didn't know the book it was from. I just heard the phrase a bunch of times and loved it, because it really does capture a lot of what I believe around generational knowledge transfer. And I'll get into why I think that's important for us in a sec. So there's two kinds of fools. One says this is old and therefore good, and the other says this is new and therefore better. And I'm going to assume that's ringing some bells already. Neither are right and neither are wrong. The truth is almost always somewhere in the middle, right? An example of this is actually from 2 nights ago at Mandalay Bay. Like I firmly believe and try to live by this idea, and I know that this is like a core thing within the B-Sides community. There's a couple of reasons I think this is actually urgently important right now that I'll get to in a sec. But basically, these guys were all very early bounty hunters on the Bug Crowd platform. And all 4 of them have gone on to start companies that are now employing other people and doing all that kind of stuff. So like what we kicked off and what the team within Bug Crowd grew passed on what we knew to these guys, who then picked it up, interpreted it with what they believe is going to be the most important set of things to do going forward, and now they're off doing that, and they're going to hand that off again, right? In the meantime, they're telling me shit I've never heard before. Like, they're thinking about ways to solve problems that, I can get into that stuff pretty quickly, but they're native to it. So they can think about how to solve these things in a way that I can probably get around to, but it's not where I grew up. It's not my kind of core suit in that sense. So it's just a really cool example. And in terms of my journey with entrepreneurship, I did the same thing, in reverse. I was looking for mentors, like getting people in that had been successful, drawing from that, throwing out the stuff that didn't matter, sharing with them the things that I was learning that blew their mind, and on it goes. So it's just a cool example of that. So yeah, I'm going to read a little bit here. As defenders, we are a diverse ragtag community of connected tribes. The strength of those connections ultimately determines our success. Like, I firmly believe in that. Cross-generational communication is something that society struggles. Like, this is a hard problem. But the result of that hard problem is that every subsequent generation that's disconnected ends up reinventing the wheel. And we don't have time for that anymore in terms of securing the internet. Yeah, the reason this matters is twofold. The older generations will never be native to the technology and times of the younger generations, and vice versa, but everything is currently in play. So if you're an old packet rat, the internet still runs on that stuff. So what you know from a technology standpoint still matters, even though most of the hotness and most of the focus right now is abstracted up into business logic and all those other things. That's one technical example of that. On top of that, we need wisdom as well as knowledge working together, right? And yeah, like I said, we're out of time for continually reinventing the wheel. This is where it's like, oh yeah, he's still getting his breath back. So why this, why now? There's another piece to this that I'll add back in here, but hybrid conflict is here. Like, there's been a bunch of talks on this, either referring to it directly or kind of alluding to it. This is kind of the new normal for how we're defending cyberspace at this point, and it's not going to slow down. Threat actors are blended. It's accelerating. A couple of examples that are up on there that I think about a lot, but I know there's been a lot that's sort of gone on today. There is this aspect of technology evolution outpacing defensive readiness. Like, from my perspective and from the vantage point of having hacked the internet at scale for the last 12 years, like, we were actually there a long time ago and just kind of didn't realize it. But when you think about how quickly we're deploying new things, that's part of the eye broken icon vibe coding joke. Our rate of deployment of new technology is only going to accelerate, and meanwhile we've got all this debt to pay back, right? Nation state Burke is one of my favorite ones there. The whole idea of the opportunistic spraying of the internet that started happening in 2020 that's just kind of ramped up ever since. And in the meantime, the tools that you need to do that and the barrier to entry for really anyone, like ChatGPT, LLMs, like the the agentic stuff that's starting to come out, it's put the idea of good enough to cause impacts hacking in the hands of literally anyone. Like if you found Metasploit difficult to use and that was kind of your bar to ride, you can now there's a lower bar now. So we've got this kind of confluence of different things that are coming together that I only see accelerating over time. And I removed some slides here because they were a little bit heavy. The other thing in terms of my own story with all of this is generations aren't permanent, right? We've lost a lot of heroes, that have left a legacy that we're all following. And I came pretty close to that last year, right? So that's been a reminder for me. I've always been appreciative of, in memoriam and folks that have passed away. But that's life. That's the thing that's going to keep happening, right? We're not permanent. What we're working on is not permanent. We need to think about it in that way and just be comfortable with that and look at ways that we can hand off what we know and look at ways that we can learn from people that are up and coming so that we can stay in the game as well, right? We good so far? Yeah. I'm trying not to frame this as ooh, it's dumpy, because I look at this, it's a heavy topic, right? But we're already doing it, I think, pretty incredibly well here. I'm not sure about outside, but in here, this is kind of the default mindset and culture of BSides, and I do think it's a critical time to get this right. So, tools. Shout out to Bo Woods for reminding me to tie this into Alice in Wonderland, because this is actually kind of handy. The part where Alice, I think, eats or drinks, I forget which one is which, to make herself small so that she can navigate the thing, right? That was a choice. Humility is about knowing what you're world-class at, what you're good at, right? And not being ashamed of that, not backing away from that, but also recognizing you're gonna need help with everything else, right? And that requires, it's a posture. It's a thing that you deliberately adopt and accept. Again, this group in this room, I think, is amazing at this stuff. It's not necessarily a feature of the cybersecurity community, right? And I think we could go a lot faster and be a lot more productive in handing things off to each other if we took this on. It's not a weakness either. I think it's a guard against blind spots, right? On the flip side, when Alice took the thing to make herself bigger, because she needed to do that, sometimes you need leadership. This is how BugCrowd started. I just literally said, fuck it, this is a problem that shouldn't exist. I'm gonna go after it. And it worked, and people came in behind it, and all of a sudden, I'm not the one driving that anymore. It was just kind of kicking it off. There's so many other examples of that exist. And sometimes it does take the one person seeing a thing that no one else sees and saying, you know what, no, screw it, I'm gonna take that hill, right? That's not the opposite of humility. I just think people tend to position those things against each other. I actually think they're kind of on the same, side of the coin, if that makes sense, but framing that up. And practically for those people, if you're in that bucket, step out, share what you're seeing, ask for help. Don't be afraid to do that. If someone does that to you, be emotionally and intellectually available, and consider that a privilege when it happens. It might be a dumb idea. Maybe it's not, right? Balancing curiosity and ego. I partly just wanted to use this picture because I freaking love it. It was, it was a DEF CON 2013, I think, had a barcode with this particular illustration on it. It's awesome. We're a naturally curious group of people, but we've got egos that I don't believe in the idea of killing the ego, if that makes sense. I think without some sort of sense of ownership and pride in what you're trying to get done, oftentimes nothing gets done. But you've got to balance that out. And you've got to be careful about how your ego might quash someone else's curiosity. I think if you think that part through and you just stay mindful of that and encourage, I guess, each other, that's when you get to draw out the gold, right? The pursuit of potential thing I was talking about before. It's what do you mean by that? What do you, what's the thing that you see that I might not see? Community, no-brainer, right, for this group. This is coming back to the why now conversation, right? Because I think we're all in on community as a room and as a group of people here. But it's not, to me, it's not just about friendship and belonging. I actually see this as a strategic asset for cyber defense, right? Because it's that diversity piece, it's the sharing of wisdom and knowledge across generations, across different groups. The bad guys look diverse, and they're pretty good at working with each other to get the job done. This is our asset to actually counter that with the creativity that we've got. You know, the best solutions come from collective brilliance of a community willing to share, challenge, and collaborate. Hashtag it takes the crowd. Like, this is kind of what BugCrowd was founded on, but it's not, I'm not saying it because of the company. I'm saying it because I deeply believe that this is true. This one's fun. How's my driving? We good? Yeah? Okay, cool. It's been a while. Yeah, so gratitude, right? Gratitude's a force multiplier. And by the way, like, part of why I set up, you know, sort of giving the heart surgery story at the start, like, this is the shit I've been thinking about, like, kind of laying in bed recovering, right? It was really interesting trying to assemble this talk because that's a lot of time to think about stuff. And you know, what I've tried to do is to pull it together into the things that I think are valuable and useful and actually actionable for this group as things to prioritize. But this is a big one, right? The whole idea of, like, just being grateful for the care I got, thinking about that in terms of, like, how does that work in the defender space? How does that work in business? How does that work in policy? We've got a lot of things to get annoyed about, and it's really easy to be kind of dumpy and you know, a bit of a curmudgeon as a security person. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but if it comes at the expense of gratitude for the things that are good, or for the people that are trying, then, you know, maybe we're not quite doing that part right. I don't think it necessitates apathy. So the whole idea of being grateful for a thing doesn't mean, like, oh, cool, it's done. I'm not gonna, you know, continue to try to make it better myself. I think you can carry an attitude of gratitude and still desire change and pursue change. And honestly, this is one of the things I do love most about this community. I love about working with security entrepreneurs, like folks that are at the coalface and seeing, like, how hectic things actually are. Because if you can do that, if you can stare some of the bleakness that we have to deal with in the face and still have this attitude of, like, no, fuck it, I can take that hill, and I'm actually grateful for the opportunity to do that, like, that to me is clutch. It's truly a force multiplier, I think. Shout out to Josh. This is a really practical one, especially for, I think, for the younger generations. And I'm trying to speak to this not just as, like, the old fart in the room, and if that makes sense. I do believe there's, like, you know, the younger generation, the middle generation, and the older in that sort of sense. And I don't really have clear lines on, like, how to define those, but there's folks that are coming in, there's folks that are active and connecting, and then there's folks that are kind of on the tail end of things, if that makes sense. But yeah, Josh shot out this great one-liner when we were chatting about this. Like, on a long enough timeline, many of us end up doing things for the public good. Like, I think working in security on its own is an awesome thing. But, like, there's force multipliers that we have access to that oftentimes people don't really discover until they're later in their career, right? And, you know, oftentimes that actually makes it easier to get into that type of thing, because later in your career you've developed more influence, you've developed more, you know, optionality, all those different things. But you got less time to do stuff, right? So, yeah, I do think that, you know, one of the things I love about hacking, the policy village at DEF CON, and, like, things like Hackers on the Hill, you know, it used to be like a group of 50 of us, and that was kind of it. And then walking in there, I think it was 2022, and, like, I didn't know 90% of the people in that room. I'm like, this is awesome. This is exactly what we need, right? Same on the entrepreneurship side of things. I think there's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of opportunity, there's a lot of help available for people that want to do that. This is really the practical part. I think that the folks that know how this works, like, we're all willing to help you get started in all of that stuff. I kind of want to call that out, because I think, again, this is sort of preaching to the choir in terms of y'all being at BSides Las Vegas. I do honestly think that outside of these circles, like, these sorts of ideas and these sorts of messages, we need to be practicing them there as well, so it's not just us in our group here. But when it comes to that, you know, the policy stuff, there's all sorts of folks that have worked in that space that will help you get into it, and lots of opportunities to do that as well. And this one's fun. Don't forget about old man strength. This is, I forget the name of this guy from the book. Anyone know? The dude on his head, father something or other. Anyway, he's basically showing off, like he's older, he's kind of aging out, doing that whole thing, but he has this habit of like standing on his head to show that he still can. Father William, there you go, thank you. And it's a thing, right? I'm not saying that I'm old and aging out by any stretch of the imagination. I am like literally tailing out on recovery at the moment. This is kind of a bit of an I'm back thing that's going on at the moment as well. But I can relate to this a lot because like my son is like this tall, as you can imagine. He's getting kind of big. And we'll roughhouse and do all those different things. And I'm starting to, especially as I've been kind of recovering from the stuff, struggling with that a little bit. But he knows that if I want to get it done, I'll get it done. So there's this idea of, and I think it doesn't need to be old man strength. That's just what I call it as an older man. But that idea of like the folks that are in that position, like there's that sort of, no, I'm going to rally and do the thing because I'm motivated and inspired enough to do that, and then set something else in motion. Like I'm trying to teach him how to fight, like do all those different things. There's a purpose to that, and that's part of why I do it, and part of it's just to show him that I can. So that's how that works. For younger generations, I think knowing that this is a thing is actually kind of good as a mental model. It's like, no, come on, you can do that. Like let's go, and throwing out a bit of a challenge. And I think for the older generations, like use it, make it available. You're not done yet. All right, we're rounding up. So yeah, who's doing this well? This was a really interesting one to think about because, I think there's a bunch of communities, there's a bunch of different, like what we're doing as a part of this. I think what the other bounty and disclosure platforms are doing as a part of this because we're connecting these different generations of knowledge together in order to be better defenders as a whole, right? Obviously, I don't want to throw that out there because it feels a bit biased, but you get it. There's like companies like the hacking games that are working on basically diverting early Gen Z and Gen Alpha from getting recruited into cybercrime because they're all getting hired on Roblox at the moment. That's a thing. It's like literally a thing. And it's crazy because it's kind of like, how drug mules worked 20 years ago. It's just like the online version of that being diverted into crime. So how do you stop that? How do you meet them where they are? Same thing. It's like have someone who comes in who's been through the bad sides of getting dinged for hacking the wrong stuff, get them talking to that generation saying, you don't have to be like that. Like this is harmful and it's going to cause you harm. Here's some better ways to do that kind of mentorship. There's lots of different things, but I do come back to this kind of being core to the DNA of BSides. Like you think about the proving ground, you think about all of the different, even BSides itself as like an outlet for folks that weren't able to present at the main conferences. Like that to me is like connecting the next generation of what's going to be important with the folk that are available to hear it right now. So I think y'all are awesome at this. Again, I don't know that people outside these four walls are that great at it because we keep on making the same mistakes. Like we keep on learning shit the hard way, reinventing the wheel. It's not necessary. I think if the folks that have that tenure and that wisdom and perspective can come in and not tell the up-and-comers how it's done, because we don't know what they know, but there's axioms and there's wisdom and there's all these different things that we learn along the way that we can actually make available to them if they want it. I think that's a big part of how we can get better at all this stuff. And again, like, y'all rock, right? I think, anyway. All right, summary. So, younger generations, what you bring to the fight is critically important. You will end up inheriting these problems. And you're amazing at solving hard things. Don't let anyone tell you different, right? Middle generations, like, you're the connectors. Like, we're the ones that actually are probably going to be most effective at plugging all this stuff together and making it more of a thing, right? That's what I see as our role in this. And take it or leave it, but this is a framework that to me is kind of useful. Older generations, you're not done yet, right? 2 ears, 1 mouth, stay in the game. So yeah, that's the big hairy takeaway slide there. And then everyone look out for each other and look out for your health. Coming back around to that, like, we can't do it all ourselves. Like, I do think that there is a lot of pressure that can come on the things that different people in this room are doing. And again, some of that's necessary, some of that's just part of the job. But you know, adrenaline's not a great diet, and it can cause you to ignore things that will kill you, or at least take you out of the game. That's the thing that happened to me. Like, don't do that. And if you see friends, if you see your peers doing that, jump in. Like, let them know, tap them on the shoulder, say, hey, like, you seem to be burning it at both ends. Like, are you okay? Do you need help? I'm worried about you. I want to help you. Whatever it is that you however you do that, however it is appropriate. I think coming back to just calling out the fact that, like, I was totally caught off guard by the stuff that happened to me. Like I said, it was a genetic issue. So we had been testing for it, but it normally presents in the 30s, and I'm older than I look. So we'd stopped looking for it. And then when things started to kind of, it started to slow down, get a bit of arrhythmia, like whatever else, I thought it was because I was stressed or working too hard. It was part of the job. Oh, that's just being in security. Well, that's just being an entrepreneur. And it nearly killed me. So, yeah, don't do that, all right? And that's it. Obligatory humor slide at the end there.
All right, everyone, we are a little bit ahead of schedule for getting into closing. So back in this room at 1 p.m., closing ceremonies. Enjoy. All right, definitely, haha. Definitely fucked that one up. We'll fix it in post. Hello.
So fired.
I know, that was already the case, but unfortunately, I'm also indentured, so I have to come back anyway, even though I don't get paid. Anyway. All right, folks, if you're standing up in the back, go ahead and find a seat. We're going to get this thing started.
Pretty please. Don't
Pretty,
walk more
pretty,
ways.
pretty, please.
I do not want to wave my off with their heads.
Scepter?
Scepter, no off with their heads.
All right.
Guys, grab a seat.
So, first off,
No?
brief message. If you are staff, please stick around afterwards. We're going to do a staff photo, so don't go running off before we start doing load off for the conference. Welcome, everyone, staff or not, participant, speaker, whatever your particular role here might be. If you snuck in, you're welcome too. That's fine. Welcome to the beginning of the end of the conference. And also the end of the beginning of your adventures in Wonderland, which hopefully will continue as you move out those doors into the rest of the crazy world that we've got going on in Vegas this week. Show of hands while you're here. Who is Team Alice? Team Alice? Anyone? Allison, Bob in Wonderland? Eve? No? Anyone? Team Bob? No? Nobody cares. Okay, never mind. Obviously all Team Eve. That makes sense. I get it. So we put on a thing, and it actually went pretty well. Yesterday,
Changing schedule.
in spite of all the things the world throws at us, I mean, yesterday was, I think, the first time in several years where I did a day 2 opening where I had no emergencies to relate. That was pretty crazy. So we had 555 submissions. We had 218 speakers. We had 245 sessions across those 218 speakers. We had all of that spread across 9 different talk tracks and 6 training rooms. That's a lot of B-sides, my friends, and you are the ones who did it. It's really not bad for some pretty good progress from something that was 20 people in a room with a melting air conditioner just a decade ago, right?
Sheets on the wall, man.
Sheets on the wall, yes. We need a T-shirt that says "Sheets on the wall." And in fact, we were. This is our second year now with Sky Talks coming and joining us here, which we are incredibly excited and grateful for. But I was at the Sky Talks reception with Blue Knight earlier this week, and he brought up something that was really amazing, standing right over there on the side. And if he wants to duck, he can. But he brought this artifact into the room, and you're all pretty familiar with the Sky Talks bucket, right? Put your money in the bucket, please. But one of the things not a lot of people know. You see this on the other side? If you can get the camera on it, that says B-sides. This is the original bucket that. From the original B-sides, back when it was a little room in a house, right? Banshee went out and bought this bucket in order to take donations, and then later, it came back and was given to the Sky Talks folks, and they used it. And then they got Eddie the Yeti to decorate this. If you see this splatter art, I don't know if you guys are familiar with all those portraits at DEF CON. Like, this is 3 different conferences I'm holding in my hand right here. And over a decade, it went around the horn, and now it's come back home here to B-sides. And I just think that's the coolest damn thing. Let's hear it for the Sky Talks folks, Blue Knight, Troutman, Circuit Swan, the whole crew. They did an amazing job putting together a great program this year. Thank you for being here. And now I get to unlock my phone again because
Security.
I talked too long, yes.
Well, you weren't going to say it.
But we had some really great messages, I think, this year. We had some keynotes that were really important to me. Our first, we had Bryson Bort here talking about how we get further if we go together and if everybody actually is able to give their full contribution, not just being present in the room, but actually feeling like they can give everything they've got in the room. We went and we had a keynote from someone who recently left the Treasury Department about how what we do, cyber, the security of the information systems, could be potentially underpinning the next giant financial crisis. And talking about lessons in resilience from finance that can apply to security and then turn around and reinforce finance again. Underpinnings of our economy and our entire society, right? We had one that was really important to me, Allison coming up here and giving a really deep and nuanced examination of the security underground, the hacking culture, the calm movements within some of the Gen Z and so forth. And for me though, while that was an amazing talk in its own right, the thing that really hit home for me is that Allison started here as a proving ground talk at BSides. And 10 years later, she's come full circle and she's now on the main stage as our keynote speaker. And that is what we do here. As Jack always says, we are changing the world one life at a time. All we're doing is changing lives. And you guys are the ones that are doing that. So, and then, Casey John Ellis brought it home for me where, we talk about, I'm here quoting Jack, right, who we all wish was here with us. But that transition from being the person doing the thing to being the person teaching and aiding and assisting and leveling up all those folks who are coming after you and being able to listen to what they know and to their truth and to the things that, that they can contribute and not get in their way and hold them back, but kind of guide them, direct them a little bit and get the hell out of their way and get whatever else you can out of their way too. And I think that is what BSides is good at, is putting people together across those generations and making sure that we do that work together, because that is how we're going to fix the things that are broken. So please, if you take anything away from this conference, think of that. Look to the people to your left, to your right, at work, at home. Find the people that you can help be better than they are today, and then ask them how they want to be better, and let them be better in that way, not the way that you think they should be. All right. Now, that's really the bulk. I could go on, but I want to get off stage.
Yeah.
So I'm going to, without further ado, pass along to our next esteemed speaker, the lovely Nouse. Sorry, now I have to say we have 556. Is that
Hi everybody, I am Nouse, also known as Kelly. I hate speaking. I don't like being on microphone. That is why I am behind the scenes doing stuff with my teams. But I forced myself to be up here because I want to acknowledge all of the
Just because you love stanchions.
Stanchion gate
We do
2025.
really love our
We
stanchions around here. Really? Great Russ? Jesus Christ. As should be obvious at this point, the staff and volunteers here are
all fired?
We're all very close. We have a lot of fun together. We don't take ourselves too seriously, but we too take the work seriously. The staff who work year round, the volunteers who come in and come to Vegas and pay for the privilege of hanging out and lifting heavy things and standing in place for a very long time and other ridiculous asks. We're all here because we believe in what we do. We believe in the mission of B-Sides. We believe in, as Damon spoke to, changing people's lives. I am a person whose life has been profoundly impacted, both personally and professionally, by my work with B-Sides. It is incredibly important to us, but it's not always easy. Sore feet and dehydration are just part of the fun. Endless hotel buffets, also part of the fun. But I really want to make a point of saying how much I appreciate my team and all of the volunteers. It means everything to be able to do this for you all, to help people, to make connections, to help people level up in their careers. I want you all to please join me in appreciating them and thanking them for all their hard work. Yeah, sorry.
I was rising to applause.
Please welcome Ashley, our head of safety operations.
How's everyone doing? Are we feeling safe yet? I just want to say thank you to everyone, especially all of my folks in blue shirts. If you are in here right now, can you just stand up so we can give you a hand one more time? Please, please. So I do have a background. I was in the Army for 13 years, and so I've done everything from, hey, show up at dark 30, stand here for a while, watch this box, all the way to, hey, the vice president's coming down and we need to actually do a full escort. So I came to B-Sides in 2019, had never been to a B-Sides before. I was like, B what? Okay, well, I guess I'll volunteer. And the day I got here, I got adopted by Lolsky, who runs Speaker Ops, and he introduced me to all these favorite misfits that I've come to know and love and call crying about things that don't matter and everything else. But I thought about how safe I actually felt. And knowing what's going on outside in the world, we all probably were very happy to be here in our bubble these last few days. And a big part of that is making sure that, again, I want you all to have our little nerd fest in the desert. I don't want you to have any problems, because I got to come to our little nerd fest in the desert and I had a blast, and I have lifelong friends up here. And so when I was asked to join staff my second year volunteering, I was confused because I'd only been here once before, and I'm like, are you sure? And now in my 5th year, I'm head of safety ops. I have notes, but it's been really fun. And so last year, if you were here, you remember there was a lot of chaos. There was a lot of chaos at the pool party. There was a lot of chaos around the con, and it was unfortunately, it was our lowest staffing point. And so when I took the reins this year, we went from 45% staffing to 96% staffing. So I told all my blue shirt friends, I said, hey, you all know good people. I know all of you are good people. Bring more people. And so Safety Ops is always looking, so if you would like a way to get involved, you can always ask me. The other thing is that we do also offer medical. Are any of my smart people in here? I saw imposter. Oh, there's one. That's Amber. Hi, Amber. And Amber's one of my newest staff members, but stepped up in a humongous way, also helping coordinate all of the blue shirt folks you saw roaming the con, making sure that they asked if you were good. You probably saw me asking them if they were good, because again, NCO in the Army, I gotta check on my people. We also did offer mental health support this year. So in the future, if you're having a rough time, and again, this place is overwhelming. I went from living in the Bay Area to living in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico. I have one neighbor and there's like jackrabbits outside, so I can understand coming to a big area can be a lot sometimes. Also, you might have a work call. Things just come up. So if you need that extra support, we are also offering that as well. The final thing that I'll kind of touch on is that I made it a point to bring lots of people onto my staff that were very, very different from me. because I wanted my staff to not only be reflective of our community, but I wanted you all to be comfortable enough knowing that if there was an issue, if you have feedback, you can tell us. I'm not gonna get upset. You won't hurt my feelings, and if you do, I won't tell you till later. So I really appreciate everybody. I saw lots of smiling faces. I still see smiling faces, which means we did our job right because everyone's happy. No, minor incidents, more Band-Aids than anything else. And, if it's just Band-Aids, we're doing a good job. So I want to thank all of you as attendees. Again, I know we kind of had to be a hard ass about badges. Again, I promise it's for your safety. And just a reminder, please bring your badge to the pool party. It will save me so much headache. Bring your badge to the pool party, pretty please. And your ID if you would like to drink, or make sure you have one of these red wristbands. See my friends in blue. We'll make sure you can come straight into the party and have a great time. If you're on my staff, can you stand up if you're in here? I see Andy. I saw Amber. Okay, well, I have 15 staff members, but here's 2 of them. So one more time, let's just give them a hand. They put up with me, all my ridiculous asks and demands and spreadsheets and lists and checklists for the list and the checklist, but we got through it. So we have the pool party tonight. I want you all to have a very, very safe time. I will be there incognito, but if you need anything, you are always welcome to come and say hi. So thank you again.
All right, up next we got Dichotomy, who runs our Pros versus Joes CTF, which is one of my favorite things here. But it's also where my son spent all his time this week. So please, come on up and give it a show.
Hello, my staff, come forth. Pros v. Joe staff, you know the drill. This is not our first game, guys. So, hi, I'm Dichotomy. I run Pros vs. Joe CTF. We started here at BSides Las Vegas in 2013. We are a red versus blue offensive defensive CTF. We built out this massive cyber range throughout the year. We invite a bunch of Joes who are going to come in and play defensive against the red teamers, some of which are in this crew here who are following direction. There we go. And so, it's a massive effort. We deploy a cyber range at Wilmington University, the school that has been hosting us from the beginning. And the Joes come in to a cyber range that is just fully saturated with red team implants and persistence and C2. Our red team has had weeks and months to prepare in advance. And they just are faced day one of, hey, look, there's the adversary. And they're all up in our business. And we have to deal with that while we maintain services and maintain uptime and try and do points. And so it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of learning. That is our priority, right? We are focused on have fun, learn. Let me try this one more time. Learn, have fun, win if you can. We de-emphasize the winning because that just kind of brings bad incentives. So I want to take a moment to please give my staff thanks here. This is just a portion of the people. They work hard all year long. Red, blue, gold, gray, they're amazing. And we had a great turnout this year with the Joes, a lot of fun competition. We're very different from a lot of red-blue CTFs in that our red team are very, very accommodating and helpful. A lot of red teamers walked around and helped the blues out. Hey, have you looked at your firewall lately? Maybe it's a DNS thing. It might be DNS. Have you checked DNS? We know the drill. And so a lot of fun, a lot of shenanigans, a lot of nonsense. And the extra format, I think, worked out really well for us because we had today like demos. Red team sat down, the Linux side, the Windows side, they gave full demos, full disclosure. Normally we just do a hot wash, which is quick and back and forth questions and as much as we can, so that was wonderful. We're also a 501c3, CTF Factory Incorporated back in 2018. Nonprofit in that year, and we have a wonderful board member here now who we love to have on our board. A few others, I'm president, whatever, but we thank everyone for their donation. Yep, that's my official title, it's on the card. Thanks for those who donated. We are always happy to take more donations. There's some swag, t-shirts and coins and stuff. Winners, there were 4 teams. We lumped the blues into different teams and they defend their ranges. Pink Pony Club came in first, came out of the rear. They were awesome. We had Peep Chipmunks in second, Baffle Gap in third, and Bit Happens in fourth. But again, it's about the learning, and the points don't matter. It's like whose line is it anyway, if you've seen that. Lastly, I want to give thanks to our sponsors, Drop Zone AI, Expel, Hack the Box, Portswigger. Big shout out to Wilmington University, who has hosted us from the beginning all the way back to our first at BSides Delaware 2012 2013 was our LV. Yeah, it's been a while. We'll be at B-Sides New York. We should be at B-Sides DE. We are always open to new venues. If you're interested to have us, come talk to us. We'll be opening the call for BSLV next year around April like usual. And I want to give a big thanks to all the BsidesLV support. We would not be here without BsidesLV. Thank you to Nouse. Thank you to Reg Desk. Thank you to Safety Ops. Thank you to Q Branch. Thank you to especially to Knock. I love you. And I think that's it. Have I missed anything? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so our next staffer coming up here probably should need no introduction. She does all the cool swag, the t-shirts, all the stuff, and more importantly, she is the brilliant designer of what has become our annual crypto challenge with the Choose Your Own Adventure books. So please, without further ado, put your hands together for Tess.
Good afternoon. How many here played the Crypto Challenge or tried? So I wanted to share that the Choose Your Own Crypto Challenge was born from me going to DEF CON and other conferences and looking at the challenges and wanting to cry and saying I'm too stupid to do these. So my goal has always been to have a crypto challenge that everyone can play, everyone can enjoy. But then also people who really want a hard challenge can also get that as well. So it's really a choose your own level. And I really hope next year if you haven't played before and you never played because you thought you couldn't, please give us a try because we're always happy to help, to teach, and to share how to get through things. We had 3 groups finish. The first one was Daniel Jump on his own. He spent, in my estimate, probably 24 solid hours doing the challenge, and he finished around 5:30 last night. And then we had White Knight Labs came in second place with their team, and then we had Ghost Glitch finish up this afternoon with their team. So it was pretty fun. I think everyone enjoyed it. We will be around for the rest of the conference to answer questions if you have them. In the past, we've done some really fun themes like B-Sides Night Vale, Clue. Originally from Washington, D.C., we did a spy version. We've done Pirates for B-Sides Charm in Baltimore. Dungeons and Dragons, if you were here last year, you saw the Cthulhu one. And if you did not see the back of this year's book, we're hoping for a Nancy Drew mystery next year. So I think those are all my notes. My brain is soup right now from all the crypto. But again, please, if you've never played before because you didn't think you could, know that I write these for all of us that feel like we can't do them. So hopefully you'll join us next year and we'll have a lot more fun and more people playing. We also have leftover flamingos for everyone who wanted one. They're in the corner over here after the closing ceremonies. Feel free to grab any of the flamingos that you want.
All right. Now, we've been talking a lot about B-Sides staff, B-Sides volunteers, B-Sides participants, and how they make this thing work. But there's a whole other group that makes this thing happen, and it's the staff here at Tuscany. And there are 2 of them in particular who are critical to our operation, and they've been here and they've saved our butts so many times. When someone comes in and demands a stage in overnight or another table on a stage in 15 minutes, they take care of it. And so we have up here to talk about them and what they do for us, Caspian, who runs our events. So take it away.
Thanks. So I'll be really quick. Lance is the banquet captain for Tuscany. He's been here for ages. He's this guy that you've seen running around wearing, hotel uniform, getting in fights and doing things. And he is absolutely fantastic. This conference would not happen without him and his team, along with Debbie, who helps us organize everything. And on the other side from on stage, we've got Robert and his team, who, if you thought it sounded good in here, that's because of them. It's not me. I mean, I look like I know what I'm doing. These guys actually do know what they're doing. So Xanadu went out and got some awards for both of them. For Lance, we have the Chaos Coordinator Award. It's just a little plaque. And for Robert, it's the exact same one, because they actually do coordinate all the chaos, as Damon said, the crazy last-minute requests.
You don't get to get away so quick, because now we're going to talk about the raffle and the auction, and we're going to give some stuff away.
First off, we want to go ahead and get some numbers out of the way. We still have our lucky loser. Anybody who purchased tickets on Monday, we had 4 items was not picked up. So we have a lucky loser that we will pull raffle tickets. So go ahead and get your raffle tickets out real quick so we can find the winner of this next item. Now pull.
Number is 2238625. It is a blue ticket, 2238625. The A looks like a B. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
First time.
Come on up. I got that for you.
He's going to hand that off. Sure. Hand me that slip.
What's he winning?
Yep.
What is he winning?
What is he winning?
Yeah, what is he winning?
What is he winning? It's a pile of stuff.
He has a NSA journal that's embossed. He has some lovely earrings.
The Sky Talks badges.
And the Sky Talks badges.
And the shaker bottle.
And a shaker bottle from Shmoocon. This year we had 71 auction items. All of them were picked up except for 2, which are going into live auction. So, let's start with Circle City Con badge. It's a 2025 staff. That should be wrong. 2015 staff, or speaker, and a 2016 traveler. I must have gotten my numbers off. Let's go ahead and start the bidding at 5. Who will give us 5? We got 5. 10, 15, 15, 20, 25, 30. Going for
Come on,
30.
do you all hate
30.
BFF? Oh, no.
Do we have 35? 35. 40. Going one?
Money going to charity.
40. Do we have 45? Sweet. 50. Sweet. 55. Sweet. 60.
How many times can we make her say sweet?
Let's find out. 65. Anybody going for 65? This is for charity, people. I'll even give you a receipt.
Zelle, and PayPal.
Isn't that great? Please, please.
I really thought that was a recording. 65. 60. Who is my 60? Raise your hand. 55. 55? Going once? Going twice? 55.
The
Come
market
on
has
up and pay
spoken.
for it.
And
made
we
a
love you
wonderful
all the more
donation.
for it.
Thank you for your donation. All right.
It's a conference that no one.
All right, our next item is the last unassembled DC Zia electronic sampler. And we will start the bid at 15. Sweet. 16. Sorry, I screwed that one up. 20. 25. 30. 35. 40. 45. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 90, 100,
I love it. Spread all around the
120,
room. Front versus back.
140, 150, 180. Any takers? 200. 250. Any takers? You want to challenge the man? Come on, this is for charity.
He looks serious, though. He does.
All right, 200.
Congratulations.
Sold.
So what's our total?
Currently, they are totaling up the money and taking payments. So I will talk a little bit about our silent auction raffle. I've been doing this the last 7 years. We have 2 supported charities each year. This year we have EFF and Valid, which I pronounced properly.
Awareness rising.
We had over 30 people donate items to us this year. We had, was it 41 raffle items, sorry.
45.
46, actually, raffle items, and 71 auction items. Well, we only had 24 boxes each day, so. And 71 auction items. Where did you put the total? Oh, never mind. See it. Blind. I pay to see everybody. So far, adding everything up, we have made over $8,880 for our supported charities this year.
That's a lot of hats.
And BSides Las Vegas is going to round up on that to give $5,000 to each of our charity partners.
Woo! Thank you for everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who bid, who bought raffle tickets. Thank you so much for supporting our supported charities. Thank you.
Oh, no. Well, there's one more person to thank.
Huh?
We got one more person to thank. Not only do you have one of the most amazing costumes I've seen so far,
I 100% agree.
but all the work you've put in on this, Caspian's going to give you a little pin here.
So for those of you who can't see, which is nearly everyone, this is a tiny little pin. It's got a heart, it's got a greater than sign, and then money.
And that pretty much sums it up. And the best back stitches in the conference.
I might be violating HR code by doing this. I'm sorry.
I give you my permission.
Thanks.
Seriously, the commitment to that costume is amazing.
There we go.
I love that.
Thank you very much
eyebrows.
for
Look at the
everything you've done for us so far. I'm looking forward to working with you in the future.
I would kiss you, but you're all painted.
All right. And then there was one. Please rise for Her Majesty.
Do not rise. Although I did give the registration table a hard time. I'm like, where are my bows? Why is nobody bowing to me? I won't let it go to my head, I promise. Hi. What do you guys think of the extended? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to. I do that every time. I'm Cindy Jones. I'm the president of the board for BSides Las Vegas. I have been involved.
Heard of it?
Thank you. I have been involved personally with BSides since BSides Las Vegas #2 in 2010. And I've seen this and experienced that life-changing thing that we're always talking about, and it's fabulous. It's something that just blows my mind. But one of the things I wanted to ask you all, and if I could just, holler, raise your hands, whatever, what do you guys think about the extended format, the 2.5 days? What do we think? Yeah?
Ooh, wow. All the way in the back with the jumping.
Yeah, nice. I like hearing that. I mean, you guys are still here at closing, so that's amazing in itself. So thank you very much for coming out to closing. Yeah, it was kind of like, let's see how this works out. And I'm thinking it's proven itself. I mean,
who cares about sample bias? I'm with these people.
fair enough. Fair enough. So once again, I want to thank everybody who's been involved, and that includes all of the participants here. One of the advantages of coming to these events is building out that community, making the connection amongst yourselves. I can't tell you how many times I've heard of and personally experienced the positivity that can come out of these events, whether it's professionally, personally, what have you. I have my current job because I met a person here last year. So keep that in mind when you're coming out to these things. Be willing to network with people, have a conversation, just nerd out with somebody, because goodness knows we have a lot of that going on in this space. So enjoy yourselves when you're here. When it comes to the B-Sides events in total, I literally have nothing but love for this organization. Seeing all the changes it's been able to provide and the positive, forward momentum that people as individuals and as groups have been able to experience, it's just lovely. It literally gives me a warm fuzzy. I was writing out my notes, and I actually have love, faith, charity, and that is not normally my kind of mantra, so I think it's kind of funny. Anyways, as far as the faith goes, these are some trippy times. These are some really trippy times. And when we're talking about the ability to connect with a community and potentially find your next role because you might have been part of a layoff, you don't know where to start. You're thinking about how can I get my messaging out, and I want to go ahead and start speaking at a conference and see if I can go ahead and make an impression. I think one of the things we're able to do here is support all of those types of initiatives, and I think we do. Our proving grounds alone, the keynote aspect, that she came back 10 years later and did a keynote. How cool is that? It's just so neat. So I think people need to be able to have faith in their community, and sometimes that feels a little hard, maybe outside of our little space, whether we're the hackers / InfoSec folks. It's kind of hard right now in some areas to have that same faith, think everything's going to be okay. But we can look out for each other, and I think that's one of the things you have that capability of doing when you're here is look out for each other, look out for yourselves, and know that we'll get through it. We'll get through it. And support the people who are having a harder time getting through it is another big takeaway I think we all need to remember. Y'all talked about our charities, EFF. Thank you, EFF. Seriously, right. Thank you, EFF. For everything they have done and everything they continue to do in that same sort of vein of the taking care of the community, they are there for us. We need to be there for them. So thank you all who contributed and renewed your memberships, or your sponsorships rather. Keep doing it. They only exist because we can support them. So don't forget to do that. Valid, I'm sorry, I had a hard time pronouncing that. I said it wrong too many times. If you didn't have an opportunity to stop by their booth, be sure to go to valid.org and check out their site. Their goal is to go ahead and provide, they're created an open source application framework, which is really focused on privacy. That's really important nowadays, I think, in so many areas of all of our lives. So be sure to check their site out as well. Make more donations. They'll take it. Nobody's going to say no.
They're bootstrapping. They need it.
Yeah, sorry?
They need the support.
They need support? Yeah. Startups?
Yep.
It's a startup. Do it. Something else I want to say is if you are a sponsor and I did not have a chance to speak to you making my rounds around the conference space, thank you so much. Whether you're working the table or you're providing, you're the one signing the check and providing the support for BsidesLV, we can't do that without you. Literally cannot do it without you. So,
Let's thank our sponsors.
yes. I don't have the list.
No, just say the words.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Yes, that was coming. So thank you, and everybody else, if you guys don't mind, just going ahead and giving them a big round of applause because they're there for us. So thank you again, sponsors. Going back to that whole community thing, we wouldn't be here unless there was, a desire of the community or people who may not feel like they're a part of a community to be someplace and learn something new, or to have a chance to interact with people of their own mindset, I guess is a good way to describe it. So I want to thank all the participants, anybody who's been involved in the organization or the running of or the running around the days of. All of you guys make this what it is, and please come back. We want you here. We want to be able to share what we can with you. And you heard the numbers that Damon provided around the speakers and the submissions. Is that about 50%?
A little less than.
A little
yeah.
less than 50%. Yeah. Submit your ideas. Submit them. Just do it. We have a call for papers that goes live in the early spring.
And early spring, and we give really, the one thing I would say there is we give very detailed instructions on how to do a good CFP. Please, you guys have great ideas. A lot of the things that we turn away, it's not because the idea is terrible, it's because it's not written up with all the details we know in order to give it a proper adjudication, right?
Yeah.
So
100%, and leveraging the resources that we have posted. I know that I think ShmooCon used to have a really good tutorial on how to submit something.
yeah, we actually built ours off of theirs.
Well, then that's amazing. I didn't know that. I wasn't involved with
Well,
CFP.
I am very, very okay with stealing. It is fine.
It's reappropriation. There we go. That's the word we're looking for. Thank you. So once again, you guys want to contribute. We want to hear what you're thinking because we might be stuck in our own little ruts and you might have some amazing ideas that would really benefit the entire industry. Bring it here. We're an international convention. Y'all are part of it. Thank you for coming. Enjoy the pool party tonight. And
See you next year.
yeah, see y'all next year. Very cool.
Remember, you're changing lives. No, really, that's it. Go home.
Bye. See you tonight.
B-side staff, if
Yep.
you're here,
Again,
please stick
staff, we're
around.
doing a photo.